Hi everyone, this is Robert. Welcome to IDG Live. Today we are looking at Asshai. This is continuing our series going through mysteries, mysterious people, mysterious places, and other mysteries in the world of ice and fire. And it has to be said, Asshai is one of the most mysterious places that we have in the entire world. We've never been there in person through any POV character in A Song of Ice and Fire, and yet it is mentioned many, many times. And the things that we do hear about it are odd, it has to be said. So what we'll do today is the same format as usual, really. I'll start with sort of an overview, and then I've got a whole series of questions from my patrons we'll work our way through. I'll try and pick up as much as I can in the chat. But let's just start with a bit of an overview about Asshai. Asshai is the furthest east city that we know, effectively, that anyone has been to, that we know of. It's sort of the end of the maps. There are things described in a lot less detail further off to the east, the south, sort of northeast, and things like that. Perhaps we'll touch on them a little bit during the stream. But as far as sort of major cities that characters that we could name have been to, this is as far away as we get. It is known as Asshai, or Asshai-by-the-Shadow, or Asshai under the Shadow, and it exists at the far end of the Jade Sea. Now, just to sort of get your geography right here, you have Karth, which is where obviously Dany spent a Clash of Kings. Karth is at the gateway to the Jade Sea. Beyond that, we get things like Yi Ti, Leng, and right at the very far end of that, we get Asshai. And it is a trading city. It's a port, a very large port, and it's called Asshai because it is over the river. It straddles the river Ash. So that's where that part of it comes from. The Shadow part comes from the fact that it is next to the Shadowlands, or what is often known as the Shadow. So going to Asshai is often referred to as sort of passing under the shadow. There are shadowy things going on all over there. We get the Shadowlands themselves. They are dark, they're gloomy, they're mountainous. And Asshai, as we will talk about in just one second, is a dark place. It's not light. The light of sun does not creep into Asshai at all. And because this is so far away, it takes this, for someone from Westeros, where we're talking a round trip of probably well over a year to get there. And because this is so far away, and because it is so dangerous, in order to get there you've got to pass by a huge number of dangerous places, and Asshai itself is not the safest of places that you could possibly imagine. The number of characters we know that have been there is actually quite limited. You can pretty much sort of list them on the fingers of one hand. We know Mirri Maz Dur was there, Marwyn the Mage was there, we know Quaithe was there, Melisandre obviously was there. You can go back in time to people like Corlys Velaryon, but in the main story we've probably got 4 or 5 characters that we know of by name who have been there. And with the sole exception of Melisandre, none of those are POV characters, and when we do see through the eyes of Melisandre, she is all the way up at the wall, so she's a very long way away from Asshai. So everything that we have about Asshai comes from either the world of Ice and Fire, so what the Maesters say, the sort of recollections of people like Melisandre or Mirri Maz Dur, or just sort of rumours that we hear, people talking about Asshai. Oh, in Asshai is such and such, or the Shadowbinders of Asshai are like this. So we don't ever get to see it as a place, which makes it kind of mysterious to start with. And The first kind of mystery about it is how old is it? Because no one knows. And the people of Asshai themselves say that it has always been there since the beginning of time, and it will always be there until the end of time. So it almost places it as this stable point in the universe around which empires rise and fall. It's also huge. The maesters estimate that the wall around Asshai is so large that you could fit within it King's Landing and Old Town and Karth and Volantis, and those are 4 massive cities. You could have a population of millions in there, basically. King's Landing is about 1 million, Old Town is a bit less than that, Volantis and Karth probably more. So you're talking at least 5 million people could live there, and presumably did live there at some point. Now, though, no, it's quiet. There's hardly anyone there. We're told that only 1 in 10, it's dark, remember, but only 1 in 10 buildings has a light on. Well, the maesters, where they got this from, well, we do not know. The maesters say that it's got the population of no more than quite a large sort of market town. So we're talking tens of thousands, maybe. That's the maester's estimation, anyway. So it was once huge and massive and important, presumably, and now it's still huge, massive, and is deemed to be important, but is incredibly underpopulated. And it's not a welcoming place for people who go there. First of all, the buildings are black. So the structure of the entire place is black. And this is not just they decided to make things out of basalt. This is from this kind of oily black stone that we hear about. I did a video ages ago, if you want to go and check it out, about the black stone. I think there's a lot of misunderstandings about black stone in A Song of Ice and Fire, in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, as if all of the black stone is the same thing. I think there's at least 4 different types. One is just the normal basalt, just a black stone. Then we get fused black stone that is not particularly developed. Then you get very intricately carved fused black stone. So the fused black stone, which is sort of quite big and lumpy and defensive minded, that's the kind of thing we get in the 5 forts, it would appear, and at the base of the high tower. Then you get this very intricate carved fused black stone, the likes of which we get at Dragonstone. Then we have the oily black stone that there's only, I think, 4 examples of, and by far the biggest example is Asshai as a city. And the buildings there, it's so black that it feels as if it drinks in the sunlight, and that is what is causing this kind of darkness there. So it's, first of all, it's not a particularly welcoming place, sort of as a place. Then you get the water. The water is dark but phosphorescent green. That doesn't sound. It sounds irradiated as much as anything else. The fish within it are deformed, and it said nobody except Shadowbinders and the foolish would eat the fish from there. Nothing grows. There are no animals. There are no children. What this means is that in order for it to survive, unless you're doing some powerful magic and making your own food or something like that, then it's by food that has been brought in and water. There is a thriving business in just bringing big barrels of fresh water into Asshai. Now, it would appear that even that and animals say that you bring in, they just don't survive. It's not that there was, a one-off thing that happened and everything died, but an animal can now survive. They don't. Animals don't survive, things don't grow, there is no clean water. So this is why it is still a pretty significant trading hub, right at the very end, the far end of the Jade Sea. It's expensive to get to, it takes a long time to get there, and a long time to get back, but the simple economics of it for a merchant must be phenomenal, because all you have to do is buy your basic foodstuffs, fill up a few barrels of fresh water, sail in. You can sell them at a very high price and buy from Asshai some of the things that they seem to have a lot of, which are things like gemstones and amber and gold and dragon glass, incidentally. And these things, perhaps not the dragon glass, but the other things, you can take out and become rich with the profits you make from that one journey. We're told, however, how much of this is rumours, how much of this is superstition, how much of this is true, we do not know, that if you're taking out, say, gold from Asshai, then that gold itself is cursed, so maybe you won't even make it back. But you get the image of someone like Corlys Velaryon, he travelled all the way there, he did his 9 journeys, and one of them went to Asshai. And he brought with him it wasn't just one ship, he brought with him a number of ships, did some trading, came back, and instantly became the wealthiest individual in Westeros. The things that he could sell from there and from Karth and all of the Far East, when he got to Westeros, that transformed the fortunes of his family. House Velaryon they were always playing second fiddle to the Targaryens. Under him, they built an entire new castle, beautiful castle, an entire nearly a city, a town, spice town, grew up just to be supporting the extra trade that was happening because of the goods that he was bringing in, the riches that he was bringing in to Driftmark. So, hugely lucrative. This is why it still does attract people. And, of course, the thing that it's most associated with is the fact that this is the home of ancient knowledge. In particular, this seems to be the home of ancient knowledge about things which seem quite important to the plot. Dragons, for example, and also Azor Ahai, the legends of what happened in the first long night. Which means that we get a whole load of moments in the story and in the backstory where Asshai suddenly becomes quite important. Characters go there trying to get this knowledge. For example, Aegon V, towards the end of his life, he grew fascinated and obsessed with hatching dragon eggs. He sent people everywhere to try and get the knowledge, including going to Asshai. So it was known that was where you would get your ancient knowledge about dragons. Mirri Maz Duur was drawn there in order to be studying magic. Marwyn the Mage seems to have been drawn there in order to study magic and ancient mysteries. Melisandre seemingly also went there for that reason. Whether she went there of her own volition or was sent, we don't know that much of her backstory yet. So this draws people who are seeking knowledge, and that certainly seems to be, this is one of those things where George R. R. Martin did and has admitted that he did sort of change his mind a little bit about what was going to happen. He's a Gardner writer, he says this many times, so the original ideas that he had for the story, sometimes he does sort of veer off a bit. The end point is pretty fixed. The main channels of how to get there, pretty fixed, but he will allow some things to change as he goes along, depending on the characters and his muse. And one of those was that Dany was supposed to go to Asshai. That was the original intention. This is part of the reason why Asshai is mentioned a lot in the first book or two, and why Quaithe seems very strongly to be suggesting that she goes to Asshai. She was going to go to Asshai, and then he changed his mind and said, okay, well, she'll go to Slaver's Bay instead. So Asshai was going to be an even bigger part of this story. Danny was going to go there. We were going to see what was going on in Asshai, but because he decided, okay, actually we'll not get her going all the way that far east. One of his rare decisions that he was actually going to kind of constrict the story a little bit. I'll bring her back a little bit westwards rather than going all the way to the east. And George R. R. Martin has said now that we are not going to see Asshai in the books. We may see it in flashbacks, we may see it in a vision or something like that, but we're not going to see it. No character is going to go to Asshai. So this will remain a mystery throughout this story. Certainly there's no hint that we'll get much, if anything, more in Fire and Blood Part 2 or any of the Dunk and Egg stories, so this is going to remain largely a mystery. And that, very broadly speaking, is that about Asshai. We haven't got huge amounts of information. What we do have is kept deliberately mysterious by George, and we never see this firsthand. So everything we're dealing with here is trying to deal with legend or rumors or memory or hearsay or the maesters with their agendas. So that's the idea that we've got going on here. Let's go then to a few questions. Saying Lorelei Dragon saying, good evening, Robert, and to you too. I'm curious about the relationship, if any, between Asshai and Old Valyria. Did they trade with each other? Did the doom impact Asshai at all? So it's a really interesting question, because there is a clear implicit link here, because the home of ancient dragon knowledge is said to be Asshai, and obviously the Valyrians were the dragon lords. You can add to that the fact that there is one of the explanations that is given for how the Valyrians did get to be riding dragons, because when you stop and think about it, that's kind of a massive and pretty improbable thing. Humans suddenly, I think I'm going to climb on the back of this dragon and I'm going to be able to bond with it. So one of the explanations we're given is that the dragons came from the Shadow, the land beyond Asshai. And they came, brought the dragons, taught the Valyrians how to ride dragons, and then they just kind of disappeared off again. Now, the maesters in the world of Ice and Fire, they kind of dismiss this a bit, as they don't think this kind of rings true. Why on earth, if you knew how to ride dragons, why would you teach somebody else to do it and then disappear? So it's left a mystery, but many times we're given these hints, we're given these rumors that dragons come from the Shadow, beyond Asshai. We get this a number of different places. Dany mentions that she's heard a rumor that dragons may still exist beyond there. Magister Illyrio, when he gives those 3 dragon eggs to Dany, he claims that they come from the Shadowlands. Bran, in book 1, he has this vision which starts across all over the place, and in that, one of the places his vision goes, he sees all the way over to Asshai, where, and I forget the exact wording, but it says something like, and to the shadow beyond where the dragons were rising, or something along those lines. The hints are very much, this is draconic land. So the link across to the Valyrians is there. Now, how did these coexist? Well, the Valyrian freehold, or actually taking a step back, if in your mind you've got a kind of a map of Essos, as vague as that may be, in the middle of it, you get the mountain range that goes right pretty much from the north coast to the south coast, and that largely separates Essos into two separate chunks. Yes, you can sail around it, and yes, there are ways that you can go, the passes that you can get through it. But in terms of sort of mass movements of people, in terms of empires, then that sort of provides a marker between the two. Places like Yi are off to the east. On to the west, we have a lot of things, mostly now the Dothraki Sea, but it was that area around what is now the Dothraki Sea and stretching over to the Free Cities. That was the bit that was the Valyrian freehold, not the far east bit with Yi and Asshai. So, what is probably the link between the two of them? Well, probably some ancient knowledge link, whether the people of Asshai did teach the Valyrians, or whether they gained ancient knowledge from Asshai which helped them learn how to do this. It's legends and lost to the mist of time. Once, however, the dragon riders were there and the Valyrian freehold was up and running, they didn't appear to look east, that far east, all that much. They certainly didn't invade. We get lots of campaigns against Old Geese and the areas around Slavers Bay. They went up into what is now the Dothraki Sea. It wasn't all the Dothraki Sea at the time, spreading all the way across to the west coast of Essos. But their relations with the Far East, we're not told, but we have to assume that probably trade went on. Probably information exchanges. It was still a long way. Dragons do not roam, is one of George R. R. Martin's key world-building points. Dragons will only go somewhere at need, or if they're ridden there. So, left to their own devices, they'll stay where they are. They'll make themselves a little lair or something like that, and they'll hunt in their own little area. Only if they absolutely have to would they expand out beyond that. And this was, for avid readers of his blog posts, this was the focus of one of his Toxic Butterflies blog posts from 2 years ago. And in that, he was making the point that dragons do not roam, and he said that this is really important for the world building. Because if dragons did roam, then they wouldn't all be in Valyria when the Doom of Valyria happened. When the Doom of Valyria happened, the huge explosion got rid of all of the dragons except for a handful, which were left, which had been flown somewhere else. And that would not have been the case if dragons just wandered off and roamed, because some dragons do not bond with humans. We see that even over on Dragonstone, dragons like Cannibal, for example. But Cannibal stayed where he was. He didn't roam, he didn't head off away from Dragonstone, go hunting somewhere in the Riverlands. He stayed in and around Dragonstone, which is a bit of a digression, but it means that the Dragon Lords did not. They might have flown over there occasionally, but they certainly didn't establish their empire over there. So it would have been something akin to a diplomatic relationship. Let's go to. Well, I've banded together actually 4 questions from my patrons here, because they're all covering roughly the same issue. So forgive me but I think it's probably easier to answer all of them at the same time. Corvus Corax saying, good evening, Robert and Ben. Good evening to you. Is the shadow something to be fixed or repaired? If by the end of the series the seasons are set right, will Asshai be healed too? And Sarah Arpegos saying, good evening, Robert. Do you think that the cause of the seasons, winter being years long, and the cause for Asshai being toxic could be related? Seeing as Asshai is a bit of a magic hotspot, that maybe there was an overload causing both of these issues. that might be resolved. A.D. Ross saying, do you think the magical catastrophe that left Asshai virtually uninhabitable is connected to the great empire of the Dawn, the Lion of Night, and the five forts away to the north, perhaps as part of the Assozi experience of the Long Night? Also, as a cheeky extra question, how amazing would a Lovecraftian horror story set in the Shadowlands be? Yes, very amazing. And then Planet Hoth saying, could the shadow in Asshai be a remnant of the Long Night? Why doesn't the sun touch Asshai? Okay, so a lot of questions here. The first, but they're all sort of tied in with this idea. Was the shadow caused by the Long Night in some way? Or was this caused by the same thing which put the seasons out of balance? And therefore, might we expect to see something in the story that writes the seasons and also writes whatever's going on in Asshai? Let's take this a few steps at a time. So first of all, the seasons out of balance, we know from the back cover of the very first edition of the first book, the blurb, which was approved by George R. R. Martin, says a long time ago, a preternatural event caused the seasons to go out of balance. So a huge magical event of some kind. That is how George R. R. Martin set this up. That the seasons, this isn't just some kind of quirk of his world building. Oh, that'll be a cool idea. Let's have seasons being of varying lengths. This is an integral part of the backstory to his story. So yes, I probably did a video on this as well, but yes, I 100% believe that when we get to the end of the story, if whatever that preternatural, magical, supernatural event gets undone in some way, then the seasons will go back to normal. They will come back into balance. This strikes me as a different thing to what's going on in Asshai. So, is what's going on in Asshai connected to the Long Night in some way? Well, Asshai is the home to legends of the Long Night. It's the home, it would appear, to the Azor Ahai mythology. So a lot of Ashai's story is around that. However, Asshai seems to have existed before then. And I think we should accept the reasonable assumption that at some point Asshai wasn't like it is now. It wasn't dark, it wasn't gloomy, things weren't, the water could be drunk, etc. Because the city is huge. It must have been built for more people, and more people must have lived there at some point, and something changed. What I think we do not know is whether that something was a one-off event or something more gradual over time. Might it be connected to the Long Night? It's possible, but none of the legends that we have seem to be suggestive of that. Let's put it that way. So we have the legends about the Long Night that emerge from Asshai are about this great hero who forged this fiery sword, who went off to defeat the others, basically. That's the legend we have. And we don't have a legend about, and then some great sorcerer cast some spell that the impact of that was to cause a shadow to fall over Asshai. So for me, this is an argument. I mean, I'm not saying anyone's arguing it, but if you're trying to suggest that this is connected to that, it is a suggestion from silence. Is that there's not anything there to say that that's the case, which leaves open. Which doesn't mean that it's not the case. It's just that we don't have the evidence to say that it is. All of this is theoretical, which leaves open the option that perhaps this was a longer term thing. Now, I will put up front here my favourite theory about what's going on with Asshai, which I will not claim credit for coming up with. I'm going to give credit to Amanda, just Disputed Lands, friend of the channel, and has a fantastic channel herself. And she posits, and I'll give you the sort of the headline, and then we'll work our way back to how this might be. She posits that it is the buildings are made from shade of the evening trees. If you remember, the shade of the evening trees are those trees we saw. There was like a copse of them outside the House of the Undying. Dany walked through there. She drank the essence, the drink from the shade of the evening trees, gave her visions, etc. Why might we think that? Well, if we take another step back and ask what shade of the evening trees are, the working theory that I like best is that these are clearly set up to be like the dark opposites of weirwood trees in a way. Weirwood trees are quite dark themselves, but they are white and red colours rather than black and blue colours. And the drink, the shade of the evening drink that you have, when you read the passage of what Dany experienced, it's extremely similar to what Bran experiences when he has the weirwood paste. So they seem to be doing the same kind of thing. And when I say extremely similar, it's not just like, oh, that tastes a little bit like this. The taste changes, and some of the words which George R. R. Martin uses as the taste changes as they drink it, they're deliberately the same. So he is wanting us to make a connection between these two drinks. And of course, they do seem to do similar-ish things. They open up your eyes to become more magical and to be seeing visions of things which may happen, may have happened, may be happening at the time. And so what the suggestion is that the shade of the evening trees are weirwood trees that have somehow become corrupted. If we accept the idea that the weirwood network is a network, it's not just trees surrounded about, they're all connected. They're all connected together. Underground, the weirwood network is all connected together. And then we say that probably, when there was a land bridge between Westeros and Essos, that probably extended all the way across to Essos. However, the Hammer of the Waters, we're told, this huge magical event that sundered, that broke the land bridge, and presumably cut off Essos from the weirwood network, which is why we don't ever hear about weirwood trees being in Essos. We do, however, hear about these trees that appear to be sort of corrupted weirwoods, trees that it would make sense. Maybe this is what they would be like if they had been cut off from the heart of the weirwood network, so to speak. So that's the working theory about what's going on there. And bear with me. So what happens to weirwood tree when a weirwood tree dies? It slowly turns to stone, to white stone. We know this because you look to see where there are dead trees. So, for example, the weirwood tree at Raventree Hall is that was poisoned and killed. So we're told that also you get weirwood appears in a variety of different places. Half of the door to the Faceless Men, the House of Black and White, is made of weirwood. A number of other, the Moon Door, incidentally, weirwood. Lots of things are actually made of weirwood, and it becomes like stone, white stone. So what would happen to a shade of the evening? Well, presumably it becomes black stone. Then you go, okay, so what are the other properties of shade of the evening? Well, when Dany walked into that small grove of trees outside the House of the Undying, the explanation is, or description is, that it felt like light was being sucked out there. So that seems to be one of the properties. So if you say, okay, well, that's the connection across to Asshai, maybe Asshai was built with these Shade of the Evening trees, or maybe they were weirwoods at the time, but they turned into stone and they carried on drinking in the light, and because they are corrupted, that is what has corrupted everything around the area. So that is my favorite theory on what is going on there in Asshai, with the darkness, with the seeming to have things kind of the light sucked out of the air. It works for me, and until we get a better sort of explanation, I'm happily going to stick with that one. So what that means is things were built, and then over time the city just started getting darker and darker and darker, the light's getting sucked out more, everything is becoming corrupted and polluted around, and the vast majority of people who lived there died or left. And so what we have is this ancient city where only the hardiest people survive. So I hope that's I hope all of that made sense. It was quite a sort of a long, meandering sort of explanation. The other bit I would sort of add to this is that the shadow is not Asshai. It's quite easy to sort of think that because we've got sort of our own understanding roughly of Asshai, and it looks a bit like this. There is a shadow at Asshai, but going to Asshai is passing under the shadow, because the shadow and the shadow lands, that's what Habibi got. The river Ash, which is that river which goes through the middle of Asshai, then you head into the shadow lands, and they're called the shadow lands because of many reasons, one of which is that the road that you're going in there is the bottom of this big canyon, which is so steep that only at midday does the light actually shine down into it. So you're constantly in shadow. So that is the Shadowlands. So it appears to me, at least, is that we're not I don't think we're looking for any other explanation for why this area is called the Shadowlands. And I think therefore we're not looking for a specific reason why it might get changed by whatever it was that undoing the magic that caused the seasons to go out of balance. Let's go to have a quick look in the chat. Carl Kosnark saying a large massive object could just pass by close enough to alter out orbit without actually hitting us, or something like that. Is this about the seasons out of balance? Yeah, I mean, I think that I'm not sure. I'm just having a quick flick through the chat. I'm not entirely sure whether I'm understanding correctly, but if this is a sort of a discussion about how the seasons might be out of balance, George R. R. Martin has, and the only thing that he says about this is that this isn't a science fiction. So don't look for this is a magical story. So don't look for a scientific explanation for what's going on here. Look for a magical explanation for what is going on here. Now, for me, and he seems to respond to that whenever people put to him any kind of idea about, or maybe the planet is sort of twisted at an angle and it's sort of wobbling in its orbit, or maybe something's passing by which is making it sort of oscillate. He seems to respond to that by saying, don't look for a scientific answer, look for a magical answer. So I'm not going to go any further than George R. R. Martin, simply to sort of say I don't personally buy into there's some kind of celestial thing going on here. My take is that something big happened that caused such a magical shift to the world that it put the seasons out of balance. A preternatural event led to the seasons being out of balance. What might that be? Well, we've got at least two options, I think. The hammer of the waters, whatever it might be, is one option. That this huge bit of magic, whatever it was, that seems to have been big enough to have sundered an entire land bridge separating two continents, that feels like the kind of thing which might have just shattered the balance of the world. The other thing, which is where my mind instinctively goes, is that this is connected into the story that we have and is connected to the others. Now, if it's the creation of the others, if it's the and George R. Martin, let's not forget the books, we've still got so little information about the others, whether they were created, whether they were perhaps, maybe a portal has been opened from another world and they came through. Whatever it was, this huge magic brought them into being, leading to the first long night. And that for me is the thing which is the preternatural event, the supernatural event, the magical event that caused the seasons to go out of balance. And so undoing that will cause the seasons to go back. Hope that makes sense. A quick flick through. Film Cram saying, if the weirwood is a net, could the black stone of Asshai be like a telegram to the black oily stones in Westeros at all? Like Asshai people will see Euron happen in Old Town. I'd say a couple of things to that. So the black stone, the argument is the weirwood network is a network, the living trees. And therefore, if you're buying into this theory, which I do, that we get the Shade of the Evenings or a sort of a dark version of that, then they would also be a network of the living Shade of the Evening trees, not the ones that have been chopped down and made into houses. Similarly, the weirwood network, I don't think, connects in with the Dawn, Hearken of the Dawn, and the House of Black and White, for example. I don't think that that's how that works. It does work through tree stumps, as Jamie put it, laid his head on a tree stump and fell asleep and got basically a weirwood tree. So I don't think so. And also, just in terms of that, you may not have been here when I was talking about this a moment ago, the black oily stone that we have in Asshai seems to be different from, we've not actually seen this through a POV, but the high tower, the base of the high tower, we're told it is a fused black stone, not an oily black stone. Maybe it's oily as well, but we're not told that. So they appear to be two slightly different things. So I wouldn't personally think that they're connected for those two reasons. Paul Carsnock saying Qyburn is right on the cusp of the magic science divide. Yep, absolutely. Drake and Dune, is there actually any confirmation that weirwood grew naturally in Essos before the sundering, or is it just an assumption? No, so this is a theory. And this was obviously a very long time ago, so we're dealing with legends and the like. We have, I think, 2 or 3 things to go on. There do appear to be some creatures, beings, that are very reminiscent of the Children of the Forest in Essos. And I think, secondly, for me, it's beyond doubt, George R. Martin wants us to see the Shade of the Evenings as a kind of a dark parallel to the weirwoods. The way he describes them, the colour, the taste of the 2 drinks, and Euron who is now leaning heavily into the shade of the evening, he is echoing this kind of like the blood raven thing, the one eye, and his "when I was young I dreamed I could fly" kind of little speech. So I think George R. R. Martin is deliberately trying to give us these two, or the parallel between them, but that doesn't mean that it's 100%, but it's just a working theory until we get something more. Let's okay. Let's go to question from Catherine Furseth, saying, "Hi Robert, Asshai-by-the-Shadow. Even the name is goosebumps inducing, absolutely. It's excellent world building for sure. In the wider universe of A Song of Ice and Fire, what are we supposed to learn from this place? That mysteries exist, that some things and places in the world are so ancient that their origins are lost in time. It is a perfect place for George R. R. Martin to throw unexplained mysteries, people, etc. at us from. It quite gives me an almost Tolkien-esque vibe of the deep places of the world, a place of the unknown and unknowable. Is this George R. R. Martin's intent here? Ish, I would say. Because as it stands, it's unknown and unknowable in as much as no POV characters. Oh, we're not going to see it through any POV characters. However, it's not untouchable. Characters have been there. They have gained knowledge from there, and they have returned. So it's not like this idea of this something we just it's too far. We can't understand it. We probably shouldn't understand it. This is tantalizingly in reach. There is knowledge there. There is ancient knowledge there of things that are incredibly relevant to this story. There's knowledge there about Azor Ahai. There's knowledge there about dragons. This is why Dany was going to be sent there. She goes, when you had that conversation with Quaithe, and Quaithe sort of gives her to go west, you must go east. To see the light, you must pass beneath the shadow. And she's saying, Asshai? You would have me go to Asshai? What's in Asshai that's not in Karth? And Quaithe says the truth. So she was going to get information from there. And that is what its role is. It's I don't know what you'd kind of like describe it as, but it's this kind of like the library of dark esoteric knowledge that some people have been to, and they've got some information and they've brought it back. Can you trust it? You don't know how long it's been there for millennia, that information being passed down generation to generation. And we should be a bit uncertain about it, but this is the only hope we've got, really, isn't it? Because knowledge of dragons has been lost. Knowledge of what happened in the Long Night has been lost. We have to go to the place that has the memory of that. Lady Pushkin saying, I get the impression George R. Martin isn't that bothered about us thinking too deep about some of these things. Yeah, I don't think... I think he enjoys the fact that people enjoy his world and read things into it and discuss it. He does, or has certainly in the past, expressed happiness when people get what he was trying to do. So it's not... he's not sort of averse to the overthinkers among us doing our thing, but he does like it when people figure out what he was planning to do. For example, with the Dany storyline in Meereen, in A Dance with Dragons, I've mentioned this before. I think it's definitely worth repeating. When A Dance with Dragons came out, the response was very good. But at the same time, a lot of people, their initial reaction to the Dany storyline was, well, what was that all about? we picked up on her. We left her, and she was there. She was charging her way through cities, invading one after another. She was going to be heading off to Westeros, and then she just stopped in Meereen. They just did not. We get introduced to this whole completely new cast of characters, a city that we don't completely understand. She doesn't completely understand. We, the readers, don't know where anybody's loyalties lie. She's making compromise after compromise, and then at the end of it, she just like, it's not that she nopes out of there, but she gets onto Drogon, and Drogon flies her away, and it's like, okay, so that's now finished. So the initial reaction to the Dany chapters were not glowing or positive. But George R. R. Martin read the Myronese blog, which you can still find. You can Google it if you want to. Who they did a series of mini essays, 3 or 4 mini essays, just plotting out what was going on with Dany's plot during A Dance with Dragons, and what George R. R. Martin was trying to do with it. And he responded, he obviously doesn't do this nowadays, but he responded saying, yes, somebody absolutely gets it. They understand what I was trying to do there. And so that's the kind of thing that he, which actually I'll, rather than leave you hanging on there before I come back to the point I'm trying to make, what he was trying to do there at a very high level was to say there's 2 competing forces within Dany here. We get the fire and blood, Valyrian, Targaryen, let's go and invade side of her. We get the, I want a home. I want the house with the red door. I want Drogo. I want to rule wisely. I want to be a good leader. I want to care for people. I want to free slaves. And these 2 sides are sort of in competition within her. And what happens in Meereen is she is trying to be the good ruler. And she finds this really hard. She has to make compromise after compromise. And eventually she heads out into the Dothraki Sea. And she's there. Quaithe is talking to her. The dragons remember who you are. Do you? And Fire and Blood and Jorah is there. She remembers, sort of, almost in a vision, like saying, "Go to Westeros. We could sail west." And then she looks west, and the sky was the color of a blood bruise, which is, George R. R. Martin has used this a couple of times. That's a very ominous sign of fire and blood. And the idea is that what's happened, he was setting her up to have tried to be this good ruler, to have tried to let the better part of her duality of personality have the upper hand. But she's been taken out of that. And now, for the next while at least, we do not know how long, for the next while at least, she's going down a darker route, a more fire and blood kind of route. So that was at a very high level. That's my summary. Feel free to go to the source material, the Myronese blot, and check it out for yourself. But the point I was trying to make is that George R. R. Martin does actually like it when people understand the story that he is trying to write. So yeah, Lady Pushkins, that was quite a long digression away from your original thing. I get the impression George R. R. Martin isn't that bothered about us thinking too deep about some of these things. Yeah, absolutely. Right. Let's go to where were we at? Oh yeah, so Catherine Furseth. I don't know why I got digressed away from that, but what are we supposed to learn from this place? Is it about unexplained mysteries, the deep places of the world? I think this is supposed to be. It's described as that in The Shadow Beyond It. The Maesters describe it as a place where all of our learning fails us. This is supposed to be the thing, the ancient knowledge beyond what we know is. If we're trying to understand what's going on in the world, we have to go beyond our normal sources of knowledge and information. The maesters aren't going to tell us. In fact, one of the things that he has talked about very eloquently is he wanted to capture the feel of, and I don't know if you've ever seen any of the examples of it, but like particularly the kind of the European maps when people went out in boats and tried to explore the world, and you can see the bit around where they came from. It's really intricately drawn, and you know exactly where's the rivers are, and here's the coastline. And then they sail out, and we know, comparing it to modern maps, the further out they go, the more kind of vague it is. Then to the extent it's like, here be dragons. It's like, that's the bit we don't really know about. And one of the things that George R. R. Martin is doing about the far east of Essos is making it like that. The maesters almost give up. They say, we don't know. This is where our learning gives out on us. We just don't know. We know some people who've been to Asshai, so we can say a few things about Asshai, but nobody's been to Stigai that we know of. Maybe the Shadowbinders have. We've got a couple of rumours of what it was, and you know, if you go up sort of a bit north and beyond that, there's allegedly there's a city where people fly. They've got wings and they fly, and it's just like kind of left at that. It's like legends. It's just, we don't know, but here's some stuff we've heard. So that's one of the things that George R. R. Martin was definitely trying to do. It was like draw the hazy edges of the map, and a recognition that this story is very Westeros focused. All of the characters we've got here are either from Westeros or in Westeros and have been based there for some time. You get the occasional example, Melisandre's one of them, of people who aren't originally from Westeros, but when we get their POV chapters, they are in Westeros. Let's go to actually the Weirwood Net from, I think even before we went live, asked, do we have a Discord up yet? Sadly no, and that's entirely my fault. I do apologise. Gilio saying, tinfoil. Weirwood trees are inhabited by the souls of those sacrificed to them, so an entire city made of corrupted ghostwood is naturally haunted. Oh, I like that. That's quite nice. So the Weirwood trees remember. I mean, if we go to a slightly more esoteric point about what one of the things that George R. R. Martin is trying to do at a literary level, I believe, with this story, is to show the difference between lived memory and experience and recorded history. And they have advantages and disadvantages, and we see this by the fact that we've got 4 types of writings that we've come out. We've got the main Song of Ice and Fire books themselves, which are written from specific people's points of view. So we get their lived experience, and we see the world through their eyes. And this means that we know what happens there, with a few exceptions of like unreliable narrator. And the flip side is that not just is this person an unreliable narrator, but their knowledge of what's going on, their understanding, means that they might be completely missing stuff that's going on. One of my favourite examples of this, there's a great chapter in Clash of Kings. Arya is at Harrenhal, and she's there running around Harrenhal doing 100 different things, and stumbling across people and overhearing conversations that she doesn't have the freest idea what's going on. That she meets this Frey person who's bemoaning the fact that he was supposed to be marrying a princess, but now Robb Stark's broken the marriage pact, and so he's now not going to. Arya was the princess. But she doesn't think that. She doesn't think of herself as a princess. She doesn't even know. So what happened was that marriage pact that Cat struck, the bargain she struck with Walder Frey, wasn't just, and Robb is going to marry one of the Freys. Also, Arya was going to be marrying one of the Freys. It sort of goes under the radar, but that was another part of what she agreed. And so we, the reader, go, oh, yeah, Arya not got the faintest idea. Dunk and Egg stories, similarly, we get it all from Dunk's POV. We see everything from his perspective, and Dunk has got a very particular POV. He does not understand a lot of what is going on, and that's okay. It's a large part of the charm of those stories. So that is the first kind of approach to understanding the world and history and what has happened, is the lived experience of people. And the second is through the written word. We get The World of Ice and Fire, we get Fire and Blood, which are written by maesters. And that gives us bits of information about what happened, but also it's clouded by their own decisions on what they do and do not want to include. And sometimes there are things that they simply do not know, and so they just give a few different possibilities of what might have happened. There are advantages and disadvantages of both, is basically what the sort of summary of this is. But the reason I went down this route was to say that what the weirwood trees seem to be is that they are a collection of they are the embodiment of lived memories and experiences. You can see out through them. Bran is not just reading a history book about what happened. He is literally seeing what happened in the Godswood in Winterfell, going back through history. He is almost experiencing it if you read the way it's written. The weirwoods, they get their knowledge. It's not just being inhabited by the souls of those sacrificed to them. It's more than that. It's them living the experience. And so an entire city made of corrupted ghostwood is naturally haunted. I like the logical follow-up to that. Buttoned up reader, how will Dany pass under the shadow without going? Well, so this is a George R. Martin changed his mind thing. So she's not actually going to go to Asshai. And she thought that Quaithe wanted to go to Asshai. I suspect George R. Martin, he will come out with a better way of doing this, I'm sure, but it'll be sort of hand-waved away with the fact that why did Quaithe want to go? Quaithe told her, for truth. So she is, if there's a way for that truth to reach Dany without her going to Asshai, then that is sort of metaphorically her passing beneath the shadow. What ways are there that truth could reach her? Well, I've talked about this a few times, but there's if we're saying the truth is knowledge, how might she get knowledge from Asshai? And there are at least 3 different people currently converging on Meereen who might be able to provide her with that knowledge. One of them, incidentally, is Tyrion. Do you remember those books? Jorah gave her some books way back in her wedding to Khal Drogo. He gave her some books. Somebody once asked George R. Martin about them. I'm doing a lot of digressions in this live stream. I hope that's okay. Somebody once asked George R. Martin about them and said the obvious question: did Dany ever read those books? And George R. Martin, he said, well, she's not really much of a reader. But do you know who is? Tyrion. And he's currently on his way to Meereen. So the clear hint is that Tyrion will arrive and get into Meereen. And while he's wandering around, George R. R. Martin loves to use Tyrion as a way to explain what's really going on in the plot. If he gets those books and he reads those books, he might be the person who gains extra knowledge of information that nobody else really understood, because he is an expert. He's an expert about dragons. He read every book about dragons that he possibly could have. He might be able to provide some extra information from there. That's one. Another one is we've got Makoro, the Red Priest, who is heading there, and he believes that Dany is Azor Ahai reborn. That legend comes from Asshai, so he could easily explain to her the knowledge from Asshai. And then the third person heading there is Marwyn the Mage, who we know studied in Asshai. He may well have information from Asshai that he can give to Dany. So I think that she will pass under the shadow figuratively by getting the information from Asshai, which will give her the truth about who she is, what her mission is, where she's going, and how. Martin S. Evening, Robert, and to you too. I have less input on George R. R. Martin's than Tolkien's, as I know much less in depth about it, but I listen to most of your live streams. Well, thank you very much, Martin. I hugely appreciate that. I know you're very much a Tolkien person, and hat off to you for that. Eric Edelfelt, are the seasons unbalanced in Essos and the rest of the world? Bonus, do you think Dornish like the winter? Is it a nice break from the heat? So are the seasons unbalanced in Essos? Yes, the seasons are unbalanced in the entire world. It's not just a thing that's happening in Westeros. This is an entire world thing. Do you think the Dornish like the winter? Yeah, I think some probably do. Don't forget that Dorne is yes, it's a lot of it is desert, and a lot of it's very hot, but also there's some mountainous regions there. So there are bits that will get genuinely quite cold as well. So yeah, I would imagine that some people will like it. The water gardens, for example, will definitely change though in winter. Ginty M. Asshai feels like a cautionary tale of what happens to places or people who indulge in fire magic too deeply, just as the others and Bloodraven's fate with ice and the children of the forest. Knowledge and power, but at inhuman cost. Yeah, I mean, the people who indulge in fire magic too deeply, I think that the cautionary tale, for me, the cautionary tale there is Valyria, with the doom of Valyria. Is Asshai a cautionary tale about fire magic? The thing about Asshai is that the magic users are drawn to it to learn from each other. So lots of different types of magic is studied there. In fact, one of the key reasons that people go there is the fact that nothing's off limits. You can do whatever you want. But if you were to associate Asshai with any one type of magic, it would be shadow magic. The shadowmancers, or shadow binders. So that's the magic which is associated with that part of the world. Now, you get Melisandre, who uses her fire magic, but also shadow magic. And she's very clear. She thinks that you can't have shadows without light, so obviously the Lord of Light is in charge of shadows as well, which seems a little bit of a stretched interpretation of things, if you ask me. But the magic which is associated there is shadow magic rather than fire magic. So personally, I don't see that Asshai as being a cautionary tale about fire magic. You could argue it's a cautionary tale about shadow magic. Klaus Ballerina, picking up for Wisdom's Grelt. Thank you. I love it when people do that, picking up questions for others. It's very generous of you. Thank you. It was implied that the magic grew stronger when the dragons appeared again, and before it was quite weak. But Asshai seems to always have had strong magic. What's going on with that? Well, it's a very good question. Yes. So in the first, to answer the first, very much the ambient level of magic seems to have gone up when the dragons reappeared. And we get at least 3 examples of this. We get a fire mage in Karth who used to be able to only just produce little bits of fire here and there. After the dragons appeared, he could, I think he created a fiery ladder and climbed up it and disappeared. He could do huge amounts of things. Secondly, the glass candles seem to be working again, which they weren't for a very long time. And thirdly, the pyromancers, the alchemists in King's Landing, there's what I find a highly amusing scene where they appear. I think they're talking to Tyrion, and they just sort of say, "So we were just wondering, have any dragons appeared recently? Because suddenly we're good at magic again. Everything we do is more effective." And so the clear implication there is that although we often kind of dismiss the pyromancers just people who make wildfire, they're not. They are magic users in and of their own right. They're an ancient order. And they clearly understood that there was a link between what they did and the presence of dragons. So that's definitely the way I describe it, because this is how it feels like to me, is that when dragons are there, then the ambient level of magic goes up. More magic happens. Magic that happens can be stronger. But you're right that Karth appears to be a magical place. Now, we don't have too many sort of points of reference here, other than the fact that clearly this is the home of magic and esoteric knowledge. But we get a passing reference from Melisandre, actually, when she is thinking about the wall, and she thinks her magic is so much stronger here, even stronger than it had been at Asshai. And she talks about the wall as being a hinge of the world. It does make you kind of wonder whether that makes Asshai another one of those kinds of places, because the implication of what she's saying is that the wall is incredibly powerful and that boosts her magic. Asshai was also quite a powerful place, and that boosted her magic, though not to the same degree compared to other places where it wasn't boosted so much. Slickwill91, considering the source or intended audience, how do we know that Asshai or Stygia is corrupted and evil and not an area filled with strange bioluminescent life? Well, we can't be 100% sure. And I'll refer you back to the point I was making earlier, that George R. Martin is clearly very much wanting this to be like this area to be like the edges of a medieval map, where it just kind of fades out and we don't really know what's going on, and it's here be dragons, that kind of territory. That's the feel we've got going on there. With Asshai, though, we do have characters who've been there, so and enough characters who've been there that we can be certain that the descriptions we have are pretty accurate. Do we know, therefore, though, that it's corrupted and evil, not just filled with strange bioluminescent life? Well, it is filled with strange bioluminescent life, or if not filled, then some of it is there. The fish are strange bioluminescent, and seemingly alive. It's not that they'd all died out, they're still there, but they're just strange and bioluminescent. Does this feel like corruption? Well, I think this is one of those things where you kind of prod at it a little bit and go, okay, so no plant life grows there. There are no children there. If you bring animals in, they die. You can't grow things. There's no fresh water. That feels corrupted and evil. Perhaps just our understanding of this is wrong, and there are people there who are adapted to it, but the implication is that the people there aren't adapted to it, because there's a roaring trade in bringing in fresh water and food, which seems to imply that the people there, they're not used to this. The shadow binders apparently can eat that fish, so maybe they are okay with it, but that just feels like human life will adapt. So can we be sure? We can't be sure because we've not seen there, but all of the indications are that this is not good. I would take George R. R. Martin always references Tolkien, and is so influenced by him. And one of the obvious things when you read Tolkien is the way the landscape reflects the good or evil nature of what's going on there. Just picture Mordor, you know that's evil. You picture Lothlorien, you know that's good. And the landscape itself is telling us about the journey, and it's telling us about who is there and what is going on. And one of the things that Tolkien majors on in this is water. This is like a cheat code to a lot of Tolkien. If you see fresh flowing water going through an area, it's probably good or nice or at least neutral. If you see stagnant water or dammed up water, it's probably not a good area and not nice. So he used water as one of the key barometers when he's trying to show us the world as to what kind of a place this is that we're talking about. Let's go to Lady Pushkins saying, hi Robert and Dan, what do you think about the masks they wear in Asshai, the purpose, etc.? Is it a glamour, perhaps? An interesting question. The Shadowbinders, from people from the Shadow, Asshai, they wear these lacquered masks, red lacquered masks. Now, I think there's first of all, yes, it's a mystery. We're not given a full explanation. I suspect George Martin is not going to give us a full explanation. I think the hint that perhaps we're supposed to be taking is that this is they're hiding their face because they're doing things with shadows which can make people look different. Incidentally, when that glamour happened when Melisandre did the glamour on Mance Rayder to make him look like the Lord of Bones, when she's kind of revealing it to Jon, then you can see this is shadow magic. The shadows start weaving over his face and then it shifts. So it's entirely possible that this is shadow magic going on behind there. It's entirely possible that there is, if you live there for a very long time, the kind of the corruption that seems to be there in some way maybe disfigures you. That's entirely possible. The other more less glamorous, less interesting, more technical answer might be that in book one, this isn't mentioned. Why would it be mentioned? There's no particular reason for it to be mentioned. Book two, we first meet a Shadowbinder from Asshai, Quaithe, and she is wearing a mask, and we're told that's what people from Asshai wear. And so move on, nothing to see here. What if George R. R. Martin, when he's trying to write this character of Quaithe, if he decided he needed to hide this person's identity, what if he gave a reason why Dany wouldn't recognize them or see anything important there by saying, okay, well, her face is covered by a mask, because all the people from Asshai, their faces are covered by masks. That, as a sort of a working theory for perhaps George R. R. Martin's mindset, I don't mind that, and we'll get onto Quaithe in a moment as to why he might wish to hide her face. Orions Orcas saying, "Hi Robert, when everything is said and done, is this series of books simply about shadow people? Asshai versus ice people, the others? This being the reason Bran must end up king. He can't have babies of any shadows, and with his green sight can make sure no one else can either. If so, I'll be extremely upset. I'm very invested in many of the characters and want this to remain a human story with a human ending, not a pox on both your houses." If this is the case, George R. R. Martin should have written a totally different series. I see Danny and Jon having parallel experiences, especially at the end of A Dance with Dragons. So you're basically saying that you're hoping this is a human story, not just a esoteric story about shadow people one way or the other. And you sort of summarise, you're talking about Jon and Danny. I see both of them taking a dark turn when they emerge from their separate but similar journeys. Danny in the Dothraki Sea, Jon from presumably having walked into Ghost, but not remaining on one. Ice people versus fire people, ice shadows versus fire shadows. Really? That sucks. Please tell me your thoughts on what you think is going on here. Thank you and love to the moderators. So, love to the moderators. Moderators, thank you. I hugely appreciate what you do. If you're here watching this live, if you're here in the chat, could you just show a little bit of love to the moderators? They do an absolutely fantastic job. Thank you very much. And while I'm doing this, patrons, huge thanks from me. I always say it every week, but I mean it. I can't do what I do without your support. So thank you so much. If you do want to support the channel, the best way is still through Patreon, and there is a link probably down in the description. One parish notice, one thing to draw to your attention. I mentioned a few weeks ago that the videos on my main channel I was now uploading onto Spotify, so you can listen to them as podcasts, or so you can watch them as video podcasts. It's a thing Spotify are pushing at the moment. Several people said to me, "Can you do that for Apple as well?" So I've done it for Apple. So if you're on Apple, you can now access via whatever the Apple Podcasts thing is. I'm uploading all of the videos from the main channel up onto there, and also some other podcast, your favorite podcast player. You should start seeing them. So please do go and check out. If you're so inclined and would like to be helpful, feel free to leave a nice review as well. That would be great. It helps to sort of boost the signal a bit. But if you find it easier to consume those over there, then please do. What I'm doing, just so you're aware, is I'm basically just uploading the back catalogue at the moment. So it will take a little while, but at some point next year, then we'll have caught up to date, and then we'll be releasing them everywhere at the same time. So I do a new video on YouTube and it comes out everywhere at the same time, though possibly with patrons will get it a little bit earlier and things like that. So anyway, check out Apple Podcasts. Which was a big digression away from Ryan Dorker's question. Is this going to just boil down to be shadow people versus shadow people, or ice people versus fire people? I think this is going to remain a human story. I think that people will be able to interpret it and break it down in a number of different ways. The sort of the classic example I always have is with Azor Ahai Reborn / The Prince That Was Promised. Who is it? I strongly suspect at the end of the story we will still be able to debate who that character is, because there probably will be a few different characters who each you could make a case for, either at a kind of a literal level, they're doing the things that figure ought to be doing, or at a more kind of thematic level. So you can interpret the story in a number of different ways like that. You can also we will find that we can interpret this as, on one level, ice versus fire. Yes, we can have the others who are unambiguously ice coded, and you're going to have dragons who are unambiguously fire coded. But that doesn't mean that everything can be broken down into ice versus fire. Jon, for example, is always coded as ice and fire. He's coated as dragonglass, frozen fire. He's half Targaryen and half Stark. That's the point of him, is he's not one or the other. And all through this, George R. R. Martin has consistently kept his writing interest in this as not being in, I think, in the truth of particular prophecies or understandings of the world, but what is the human reaction to them. He cares less about the truth of the Maggie the Frog's prophecies for Cersei and more about what Cersei believes. Cersei believes that Tyrion is the Valonqar. She is therefore going to focus so much of her attention on Tyrion. She believes that Margaery is the younger, more beautiful person who's going to take everything that she loves away from her, so she's going to focus her attention on Margaery. That's the thing that fascinates him. Melisandre sees visions and interprets prophecies and decides Stannis is Azor Ahai reborn. That's what's driving that bit of the narrative. Do we think it is Stannis? Very probably not. Might Stannis do some very Azor Ahai type things? Very probably yes. But does George R. R. Martin care as much about whether she's right or wrong, or does he care about the fact of the story as being driven by her belief? I think it's the latter. And that interpretation and motivation is what makes, for me, this a human story. Because when we get characters like Jon and Dany and Tyrion, like kind of the characters at the heart of this, it is their actions and who they are and what they experience. Those are the things which is going to drive the denouement of this story. Thrasler saying, "Good day, Robert. I hope you and Dan the dog are well." We are, thank you. There's a few too many fireworks for Dan at the moment, unfortunately. If you're in England, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. This time of year is always a bit tough for dogs, particularly greyhounds, who are very, very sensitive creatures. My question is, if Alyssa Farman made it to Asshai, why did she never reveal her success to the world? My theory is that she never actually made it there, and that the abandoned sun chaser simply drifted into port one day with either all hands dead or mysteriously missing. What are your thoughts and theories? Okay, so for those who don't know Alyssa Farman is a character, a fantastic character in Fire and Blood, Part 1. There's a whole backstory there. Read it. It's excellent, but she ends up stealing 3 dragon eggs, using them to buy herself the best ship she possibly could, and then sailing west. And she's never seen from again. Sun Chaser is her ship, and it just heads west, and she's never seen from again. Sun Chaser, the ship, is spotted, however, many years later. Corlys Velaryon, on one of his voyages in Asshai, sees a ship that he swears was Sun Chaser. The clear implication is that Alyssa Farman sailed all the way around the world and ended up in Asshai, which means that if she'd wanted to, she could have then just carried on sailing and ended up where she started, back in Westeros, circumnavigating, perhaps being the first person to circumnavigate the globe. So, if that is the case, why didn't she tell someone? Why didn't she reveal her success to the world? I think there's probably a couple of reasons for this. The first is what we know of her character. This is Fire and Blood, so this is always just the Maesters telling us their version of these things, but it's pretty consistent. Whenever she appears on the scene, she's there saying things like, "I wish I was out on the high seas. I wish I could just sail west. I want to explore. I want to see the world. I want to be sailing. I want the freedom of it." That's what her consistent message is. That's what she wants to do. So, with that in mind, it seems quite clear that compared to, say, some of the sort of explorers that we may think of in Earth's history, she did not do this because she wanted personal fortune. She did not do this because she wanted fame. She did not do this because she was particularly wishing to get acclamation from anyone, to be name-checked as the first person, or to be right, to have anyone say, yes, well done you figured it out. She didn't do it for any of those reasons. She did it just because she wanted to. Because she's a free spirit. She loves sailing. She wanted to explore. So I think that's the first answer of why she might not. And I think the second answer is that when she left, she will have been very aware that the Targaryens were, to put it mildly, rather annoyed at her. So Jaehaerys was king at the time, and she stole 3 dragon eggs and sold them to the Sea Lord of Braavos, and with that money she bought herself a ship. Now Jaehaerys was livid, and you have to just think about it, I think, for just a few seconds to realize why. Is that the Targaryens had emerged as the only family with dragons in the whole world. They had a monopoly on dragons. This put them head and shoulders above every other family in the entire world. Their rule of Westeros was more than anything else based on the fact that they had dragons. You disagreed with them, just fly a dragon over them and Dracarys. It's that simple. She gave 3 dragon eggs to the head of probably the most powerful city, certainly in that part of Essos. Volantis probably would argue the point further south, but to a city that had been an enemy of the ancient Valyrians, and she had given them dragon eggs. At that time, later on in history, how to hatch a dragon egg became a huge thing. But at that time, how to hatch a dragon egg seems to have been just these will hatch sometime. People just don't mess around with them. As far as we can tell from Fire and Blood, they would put dragon eggs in cribs and they would open, and then the dragon would be born, and then it would bond. The idea would bond with that baby. They would be. You read Fire and Blood; it's all the time. Another dragon had been hatched, and they don't seem to be doing anything in particular. It's not that the Targaryens had these great holy ceremonies where they take the dragon egg and they put it in the censer and they say a few magic words over. Just the eggs hatched, because that's what happens with animal eggs, is they hatch, most of them. So he was completely concerned that Braavos could get dragons. And so he sent his right-hand man, Septon Bath, up there to negotiate on this. And basically the Sea Lord was like, no, I'm not. First of all, he's kind of denying that he's got them, and then it's like, but we could try and agree a price, because they weren't. Alyssa Farman stole them and sold them. At the very least, there could be some kind of recompense for the Targaryens for this. And Jaehaerys basically said, okay, he agreed their debt to the Iron Bank would be forgiven. But also, he's just like muttering to Septon Bath, it's okay for now, but if one of those dragon eggs hatches, I'm heading over there with every dragon I've got, and I'm burning that city to the ground. I'm not going to let anyone ever have dragons outside of our family. So that's the background. they set up this huge hunt for her, Alyssa Farman, the person who stole those dragon eggs and put them in the hands of a foreign power. And is she, given that, is she likely to want to go back to Westeros? I think the answer is clearly no. She will go as far as somewhere that she likes. She will have convinced, if she's got to Asshai, she will have convinced herself of the truth of the fact that the world is round and you can get to the west by heading east or the other way around. So what need would she have for actually keeping on going? She'd cut all her ties by leaving, and the Targaryens wanted her dead. So friend, happy Thursday, Robert, and to you too. What do we know of what the actual culture of Asshai is like? Given that it sounds almost uninhabitable, is there a clear reason why people still live there? There are clearly places or things in the world that enable magic, for want of a better word. Dragons, the wall, etc. Is there something like this in Asshai, and if so, what? Okay, so why do people still live there? And what's the culture? Well, the culture... we're not told huge amounts. There are no animals. Nobody shows their faces. If you're rich, you're sort of carried around in this kind of palanquins kind of idea. People seem to live in their own houses. There is a trading idea going on there. There's clearly a lot of exchanging of magical knowledge. But that's largely all we know. In terms of why people would still go there, because this kind of connects in with another question, which is, does this mean, if there's no children, does this mean that everybody in Asshai, they're an immigrant? And I think the answer is probably, although who knows, maybe you, if you want to have a child, you go away from Asshai, you have your child, wait for them to grow up, and then bring them back in. Maybe that's the culture. It's not 100% clear. So that if we're talking about culture, that's there, but that's not the draw. And I think that there are a few draws. The first one is obviously knowledge. Everybody talks about the ancient magical knowledge. Knowledge from a long time ago that's been lost everywhere else. That's one thing that draws people. Another thing we just mentioned is that, yes, this does seem to be a magical hinge, if that's the word George uses. This seems to be a place where your magic is more powerful. So that surely will appeal to some people who are magic users, who wish to go to somewhere where they will be able to perform greater feats of magic. There's also the fact that you can exchange magical knowledge with people because of these draws, with people from a lot of different places. If you listen to Miri Mazdur, she gives us a little speech where she's like saying, I went to Asshai and I learned from the shadow binders, and I learned from those people over there about this thing here, and then this Marwyn the Mage came and he taught me a whole load of things. So this seems to be like a hub for learning. If you're there wanting this esoteric knowledge, you know that other people are going to be there, and you talk to other people. You teach them something, perhaps from what you know. They teach you something. You find somebody else, you learn something from there. There seems to be a sort of a hub of shared knowledge, and this kind of like a collegiate style feel to it, in a kind of a weird way. And the other thing which kind of draws people there, as far as we can tell, is the fact that any magic is allowed. In most places of the world, some types of magic are not allowed. So, for example, Qyburn got kicked out of the Citadel for doing experiments that they didn't like. Qyburn would have been able to do those experiments in Asshai, nobody would have batted an eye at it. It's fine. But also, there are some places in Essos where, if they're particularly religious places, you're only allowed to practice certain types of magic. If you're trying to do some, if you're becoming a powerful sorcerer, then perhaps you're not going to be welcome in some places because they would see you as a threat. So if you wish to be among your own type of people, allowed to do whatever you want to do in a place where what you do becomes even more powerful simply by being there, and you can learn from lots of others, the draw of Asshai is still strong. It's not that we're going to get thousands of tourists, but the people who want to go there, specifically there, because there are things that they want to learn. Prayer Marcus Rissman saying 7 blessings to you, Robert, from a dark and rainy north. Well, straight back to you. Corlys Velarion's travels might be made into a series, taking us all the way to Asshai. Since this will most likely be the first time we're brought there, and given that it's expected to be animated, it opens up a lot of new possibilities for how George R. R. Martin's world can be depicted. I was wondering what you'd be most excited to see, not only in terms of lore, but also how it's visually portrayed. Personally, I think bringing Asshai and the Sea Snake's voyages to life through animation offers some truly exciting possibilities. Yeah, so for those who missed it, we've not had an update on this for a while. We had a long list. A while ago, we had a long list of ideas that were being developed by HBO as potential spin-offs from Game of Thrones. Now, they obviously went with House of the Dragon, and then after that they've gone with Dunk and Egg. But there are other ones that have been on and off in the works. There was, for a little while, there was the Jon Snow show. If you remember, Kit Harington pitched an idea, which may have said this at the time. I can't remember if I did or not, but a lot of people thought, I don't really want that. I don't want a sequel to the Jon. I'm quite happy where they left Jon's arc. I was one of those people. But my understanding was that he hired some really good writers and producers. And when he came to give the pitch to HBO, George R. R. Martin, it was actually really good. They weren't really expecting it. I mean, this is just how I've heard the story, is that it was like they were expecting, what we were expecting was like this was going to be a just a sort of a star vehicle kind of thing, but actually it exceeded people's expectations. But for whatever reason, they've decided not to go with that. But there are other ideas, and one of those ideas which has been hanging around is this idea of Corlys Velarion's 9 voyages. Now, this started out, the idea was this was going to be a live action show. And then at some point, I'm going to say 2 years ago, something like that, the decision was made, I think George R. R. Martin actually announced this, the decision was made that they were going to carry on developing this. And when I say developing, it's not greenlit. It's still just they're working with people who are working up this idea until such point where they might potentially greenlight it. They turned this into okay, let's make it an animated show. Now, I sort of understand why. If only from a cost perspective, it would be hugely expensive. Certainly for those who sort of pay attention to the costings of these kinds of things, if ever you have to be building a ship and having it in like one of those huge sort of tanks of water, that is a very expensive thing. And then if to add to that you are each voyage, and perhaps several times on each voyage, having to have a completely new set of some really exciting place. We're going to Yi this time. Now we're going to Leng. Now he's traveling to Bravos. Now we're going to Asshai. Each of those things would have to be built up from scratch. This would get very expensive very quickly. So I understand why they might have decided to go over to do that. We've not heard anything for a while on that. If I had to guess, then HBO are probably thinking to themselves where they will make some announcement at some point in the next half year to year on another spin-off. If A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms is a hit, they will be thinking to themselves, well, Game of Thrones was clearly massive. House of the Dragon, you may not think of it as such, but that is also a huge TV show for HBO. That draws in millions for them, and I think it was the biggest debut since Game of Thrones when House of the Dragon came out. And if we get another hit with Dunk and Egg, they'll be thinking, okay, we need something else now. House of the Dragon is going to be 4 seasons. Season 3 is going to happen probably in the summer, around June, is what the thinking is. And that means that we're then on a kind of a timeline of, in a couple of years' time, we're not going to have House of the Dragon anymore. And Dunk and Egg, with the best men in the world, we've only got 3 stories. So I think they're not going to go beyond the stories George R. R. Martin has written. I hope. So they will be thinking to themselves, okay, so we've got, in 2-3 years' time, we'll have run out of spin-offs. We need something else. So assuming Dunk and Egg is a hit, I think I would expect at some point in the next 6 months announcements. That might be an Aegon's Invasion thing, or it could be both. Something like the animated series of the 9 Voyages. Okay, that's the background. The question in terms of what would I most be looking forward to, I don't think I actually go into this with huge amounts of preconception. I'd love to see Asshai. I think it would be absolutely fascinating. Places like Varanasi, I think, would be amazing with the long bridge. We just get, I think, one chapter there with the Tyrion chapter, him and Jorah crossing over the long bridge. It seems a fascinating place with the politics that's going on there, as well as the massive Temple of R'hllor that's going on there, the bubbling revolt that's ready to go there with the slaves. That obviously wouldn't be the case necessarily way back in time when Corlys was there, but it'd be a fascinating place to see. Question from Jinty M, saying, hello Robert, I hope, and Leng, I'd like to see, I hope everything is going well for you. It is, thank you. Asshai-by-the-Shadow, do you think it's possible that this moniker was once longer? Asshai by the shadow of the mountain, for example, or has it always been the capital S Shadow, and history has forgotten what the shadow is? So I mean, it's possible history has forgotten what the shadow is, but I think it has stuck because this is a shadowy place. Asshai is a shadowy place, and then we get the shadow itself, the kind of the mountainous region up there, which is again a shadowy place. Might it have referenced something else in the past? Maybe, but I think it's Asshai under the shadow, the shadow being what is northeast of them. It just feels right that's what it is. Martin S. Only having the House Targaryen having dragons is far from a guarantee of safety. Ask Rhaenyra. Jesting around a little. Yes, it is far from a guarantee of safety. What's quite interesting is you can see House Targaryen, as it starts out, we've got 3 Targaryens, 3 dragons, but then almost every generation you get like some kind of civil war or struggle. Jaehaerys, I think we often forget though how close to the start of all this Jaehaerys was. You get Aegon and his 2 sister wives. Then we get Aenys and that's kind of weak rule. And then you get Maegor the Cruel, who only ruled for 6 years, and then you get Jaehaerys. So Jaehaerys is actually within living memory of Aegon the Conqueror. So he's quite early. At this point, they're still scrabbling around to ensure that they've got a stranglehold on the Seven Kingdoms, all the way through the 2 reigns before him. There was basically a long rolling civil war. The Faith of the Seven were up in arms against the Targaryens. It was he who managed to sort of put them down. So at that time, his thought was very much, okay, when we get a dragon, we're putting one of my people onto it. I've got me, I've got my sister wife, Alicent, and then we've got our kids, and we'll start distributing dragons to those kids. Now, yes, you're very right. Clearly, the Targaryens having dragons did not prevent there being a civil war, but for him at that time, his first priority would have been, let's just cement and solidify Targaryen rule. Klaus Ballerina. Is Asshai responsible for ghost grass? Is it related to Yin? If dragons come from or were magically created there, is it volcanic? Okay, so ghost grass is this sort of white grass it's inedible, and it is slowly spreading out from the shadow. Very slowly. The Dothraki are aware of this, and they also have legends about this, that at some point the ghost grass is just going to take over everywhere and life will end. Because obviously their livelihood is dependent on normal grass. Is it coming from Asshai? Possibly. I think George R. R. Martin has got a whole load of things around there that you just go, well, he's just put a whole load of spooky and dark and nasty things, and it's not given us enough information to say 100% where they come from and what the sort of the causality is here. Personally, I think it's more likely to come from the shadow rather than Asshai itself. It's possible if we do take Asshai as being somehow sort of corrupted, and the whole area around it corrupts things. This is where life does not grow. That certainly echoes what's going on with ghost grass, because they are something has survived, like those inedible fluorescent. I was going to say sheep. That would be something. Fluorescent fish that's swimming in the River Ash. Like that, the ghost grass is something that is normally really good and healthy for the environment, but here it's turned into an inedible type of thing. So at the very least, we can say there's an echo of Asshai. Does this mean it's coming from there? Not necessarily, but it's one of those ones I struggle to argue strongly on one way or the other. The shadow seems to have been there for longer, and has death imagery going on with that. So Stigai as a place is a corpse city, so that also has this kind of death idea. It's all really dark over there, so it could come from either. Sir Steve the O. Hello there. Not sure if this is related, but what exactly is the Church of Starry Wisdom? I think the name is dropped a few times or gets confused with the Starry Sept in Old Town. Is Quaithe associated with it, given the stars and the dreams and visions that Dany has? And I think Dany's eggs come from Asshai. Is this a case of George R. R. Martin writing Game of Thrones in the early 90s and then changing his mind or deliberately introducing some ambiguity or mystery of no real consequence as he expands the world? Okay, so to pick up that last thing, yes, Dany's eggs said to come from the Shadowlands. Probably, yes, if we're being honest, this was just George R. Martin, when he was writing that, the world he had wasn't as big as it was. He hadn't got a fully worked up idea of Braavos yet, let alone a history of who Jaehaerys was and what might have been going on with Alyssa Farman. So that whole thing that's not there. So Illyrio would have said, here's the place that I've given the dragon imagery about, and let's say that's where these eggs come from. Now, we can kind of, I think, retrofit that to say that if our working theory is something along the lines of the Braavosi, after we talked about Alyssa Farman selling those dragon eggs, the Targaryens were really anxious about this, but a couple of centuries passed and the dragon eggs did not hatch. And now we've had a situation where actually we've got, 150 years or whatever it is, and no dragons have hatched anywhere. The Braavosi are now pretty confident that although they might have once had this thought of maybe hatching a dragon from those eggs, that's not going to happen. These are now very expensive ornaments. So Illyrio could have bought them from there. However, they might not have wanted to advertise the fact that they sold 3 dragon eggs, because they hadn't officially said that they hadn't officially accepted the fact that they got them in the first place. So it might well have been part of the deal. Illyrio buys them, but he doesn't tell anyone where he got them from. So that, I think, as an in-world explanation, kind of works. As for the Church of Starry Wisdom, yeah, it's name-checked a couple of times. It's not given any kind of big explanation. This is a religion which appears to be followed quite a lot in port towns and cities, and sailors do. So the Starry Wisdom, you can tell where you're going from the stars. This just fits in with George's idea about where religions come from as much as anything else. It's reflective of you. The Iron Men live on islands in the middle of the sea. They worship the drowned god, etc. So that's the kind of idea. So sailors will worship the Church of the Starry Sept, not the Church of the Starry Sept, the Church of Starry Wisdom. Yes, some people, including me, literally just a few seconds ago, sometimes confuse or the tongue trips into the Starry Sept in Old Town, which is a completely different thing. That is a sept, Faith of the Seven, and for most of the history of the Faith of the Seven in Westeros, that was the home base. That was their Vatican. It was only with Baelor, who then Baelor the Blessed, who decided in this city of King's Landing, which was growing at a ferocious rate, he wanted to have the Great Sept built, huge sept there, and such as it was, the power base in Westeros shifted from Old Town to King's Landing. Now, this will have been quite a long process, but it definitely did shift from one place to another. Old Town was the most important place in Westeros and had been for centuries. The extent to which Aegon went there to get crowned. Yes, he had his unofficial crowning when he first arrived in Westeros, but he wanted to go to the Starry Sept and get crowned by the High Septon. So he went off and did that, because then that was some kind of legitimacy, because where else would you get crowned? And who else has got the authority to do it on behalf of the people of Westeros? So when King's Landing grew to be very clearly the political capital, the faith, who had been hugely encouraged by Baelor, obviously, then kind of moved. This is where the High Septon is going to be based, and that became the state religion. So that's what's going on. So it's very different to the Starry Sept. And is there a connection with Quaithe? Well, I'll tie that one in with Agalos Lucatos, apologies, probably mispronounced your name, saying, who or what do you think that Quaithe represents? What do you think was her goal when she offered advice to Dany? Okay, so what's going on with Quaithe? You may well have seen, many of you may well have seen, I did a video on Quaithe and who I think she is and what's going on. So I'm not going to go through all of the detail of that. I will give you the high level thing here. I think she is Shira Seastar, which I will say up front because this ties off the why do we get so much star imagery going on with Quaithe. If she is Shira Seastar, that makes a whole lot of sense. In fact, at one point she appears to Dany when Dany is on a boat, and so it's sea and stars happening at the same time. Why do I think that's her? Well, if you look at what advice she gives, it's actually relatively consistent. She is there saying, remember who you are, Daenerys. The dragons do you. She is reminding her that she's a Targaryen. So she wants Dany to embrace her Targaryenness. And also, she gives her this kind of message about where you need to discover the truth about who you are, or the truth about some ancient thing from Asshai. And then also, here's a whole long list of people you should not trust, which we often spend quite a bit of time sort of going through. Well, who's the perfume seneschal, or what? The main point, I think, if you take one step back, is to go, what Quaithe did there was to say, only trust yourself. Okay, don't trust anyone else. Find this knowledge from the place that's got history, has got lots of knowledge about Azor Ahai and dragons, and embrace your inner Targaryen. That is essentially what Quaithe is encouraging Dany to do. So, if you try and frame that in a what does she want Dany to do, she wants her to fire and blood. She wants her to become a Targaryen and go and take the throne in Westeros. But with dragons and also knowledge from Asshai, which probably is associated with Azor Ahai. So that seems to be what she's about. The other fascinating thing about her, I think is fascinating, it's I think overlooked by lots of people, is the fact that she insisted on coming to see the dragons. First of all, she's one of the 3 people who comes to meet Dany to start with. Lots of people would have been interested, but she clearly insisted and is allowed to go and do that. And then secondly, when she meets Dany and actually talks to her, we hear that behind the lacquered mask, Dany can see that her eyes are glistening, which seems like a throwaway line until you think, well, why would somebody's eyes be glistening? Maybe she's crying. Maybe she's emotional. What possible reason should she be to be emotional? Because she's finally found, what if she's finally found another Targaryen? Her family. How could this be another Targaryen hidden away? Well, Shira Seastar is from Bloodraven's generation, and we're told that she performed magic. We know that she was a magic user. But she kind of disappears from the pages of history. We're not told what happened to her. So, if we're asking what happened to Shira Seastar, I think the obvious thing, she was around during the reign of Aegon V. Aegon V sent people around the world to get knowledge about how to hatch dragon eggs. And he sent somebody, we know he sent somebody to Asshai. If you were Aegon V, who would you send to Asshai? Somebody that you'd trust to get the right information back. Who could that be? Well, a member of your family. Somebody who shares your desire for hatching dragon eggs. Maybe you have somebody who is a magic user, because you're going over there to be talking about magical things and you don't want to be duped about this. You want somebody who actually understands what's going on. And then maybe you want somebody who's actually their family's from Essos. So Shira Seastar ticks all of those boxes. She is the most obvious person for Aegon V to send over to Asshai. What if she went over to Asshai, she sent back some information, but she stayed? And then she is looking for, and she gets caught up in the same way that Bloodraven, her lover, gets caught up with this idea of who's the prince that was promised. She gets caught up in Asshai with who is Azor Ahai reborn. And she decides that it must be Dany. While Bloodraven, back in Westeros, who doesn't know where she is, she's now long departed, he decides that prince that was promised must be Jon. And we get these two old half-siblings, lovers, who are there championing different people for this same role. That all, for me, that just works perfectly on so many levels. And when you add in the imagery that we get about the stars and the sea, it works really well. So what is she trying to do? She's trying to get Dany to do the Valyrian thing, or the Targaryen thing. Wilma26, thank you very much for the super chat. I didn't see a question attached to that. Let's just have a quick flick through, see if I can see. Maybe you did do a question. I can't see that. Okay. Maybe a different. I always wondered. Oh, here we go. This may be a totally different chat topic, but I always wondered why give Dany the dragon eggs if they had Aegon/Fagon. Yes. Again, I think there's two levels to this. When we're dealing with things very early on in the writing of book one, is that I think that the boring answer, which may well be right, which is George R. Martin hadn't thought of that character point. He'd only thought about Viserys and Dany. The whole young Griff Fagon plotline only emerged a lot later. Now, that may well be true, but in world, why do you give them to Dany? Well, I think the important point to remember is that they do not expect these dragon eggs to hatch. These are merely symbolic at this point, and this is good. They should have the Targaryens, when the Targaryens return to Westeros, they should have symbols of their Targaryen inheritance and legacy and all of these good things. The original plan was that Viserys would go with the Dothraki into Westeros and conquer it and win it there. However, I don't think they were backing Viserys. They were backing their guy, who was at the time still probably a bit young, depending on how right Tyrion is. He probably, in judging his age at the time, then he was probably 12, 13, something like that. They probably thought he was still a little bit too young and needed a bit more training before he could join up. It's never spelt out, but the implication is that Viserys would head over. They know what Viserys is like. Everyone knows what Viserys is like. He could do the actual conquering, and then he could be subtly moved out of the way. Maybe people would subtly move him out of the way. Their guy could appear with Dany and marry Dany, and then Dany, having the dragon eggs, would be actually shared dragon eggs, and you now get this new Targaryen king and queen. So I hope that makes sense of what probably is now the in-world logic. Slickwill91, tinfoil theory. If Asshai or Stigai is more Mariana's Trench than Nuclear Wasteland, then dragon evolution makes sense. Giant magical anglerfish gone awry. Okay, so I first of all, yeah, I do like this uh, nuclear wasteland. Um, uh, it's it's a magical nuclear wasteland. I like this as a kind of descriptor, um, because it feels right. You get this luminous water and things like that. Nothing growing. We have our own knowledge of what that kind of looks like, and that does look like radiation fallout. But George R. R. Martin again will insist this is not science. Don't look for a scientific explanation here. This is a magical story. You need a magical explanation for what's going on. If the idea is that this is actually the equivalent of like a really deep bit of ocean at the very bottom of which massive things can grow, nobody would know about it. Massive things can grow, and then maybe they might move up a little bit, and then some people can kind of see them. If that's the kind of the point, giant magical anglerfish gone awry. In terms of dragon evolution, it's just something that just happened almost naturally because it's a magical place. Yeah, I can buy it. It kind of works for me. My feeling though is that the Targaryens did some sort of genetic manipulation with dragons as well as the dragon riders themselves. That's the bit that they kind of added on. Where dragons came from, they are magical beings, but I personally don't see a reason for them to have to be sort of magically, created through magical nuclear fallout. They could just be have come from the Far East, disappeared, from beyond the Shadowlands, and naturally appeared. Which I think is probably a slightly long-winded way of saying I kind of agree with you. Kirsty Angel, could Blueheart in Danny's vision tie Asshai like Dark Crystal is Heart of Thra, Crystal of Truth, Skeksis, use to drain life force and corrupts land and people? I have to admit you've lost me a little bit on this one. Could the Blueheart in Danny's vision tie to Asshai like in the Dark Crystal? The Heart of Thra, I have to admit it's a long time since I've watched Dark Crystal, and all the I haven't seen the new ones, so apologies. I will try and I'll do a little bit of research on that one, and I'll try and remember to come back next week. So apologies. Dominic Vaughan, aside from Lovecraft homage, what narrative purpose do you think Asshai will serve in the books? Do you think we will get to any of Asshai directly via Quaithe, etc.? And you, the person who are asking about whether everyone's migrants, which I answered a little bit earlier. Lovecraft imagery. There's a lot of Lovecraftian stuff here, and if you go to the video I did called something like "What is East of Asshai," then you'll find that this bit in this part of the world, it's George R. R. Martin is just doing the hat tips to writers that he likes all over the place. So Stygia, Stygia, so kind of a Conan kind of thing. The Shadowlands feels like a C.S. Lewis thing if you're into that. And there are a huge amount of Lovecraftian references as well going on. But will we see anything? George R. Martin has confirmed we're not going to see it direct. We might see it in flashbacks or memories, by which I think he means that Melisandre, we might see a bit more of this via Melisandre in some way. We know that the one chapter we've had from her, fascinating chapter, the one chapter we've had from her, she does think back to her past quite a bit. And she seems almost haunted by this Melanie Lot 7 thing. So, maybe she will think back to some stuff there. We know that she gets her knowledge of stuff from Asshai. So if we get, as is possible, because remember, she has now been set up as our eyes and ears at the ball. Everybody else that we might have seen, Sam has gone from the wall. We don't get Davos, he's not at the wall. The other northern characters, or characters who are around the north, are not anywhere near the wall. John has just been killed. I think there's a fair chance that he's going to go silent, at least for a while, as a POV character. Melisandre is who we're going to see this, whose eyes we're going to see this through. If something happens like the way I imagine that Jon Snow might be brought back to life, all of the Azor Ahai imagery, if she has to perform this, she believes she has to perform huge magic in order to save the person she thinks is Azor Ahai. If Stannis does die, I'm not saying he will, probably won't quite this early, but hey, who knows? George R. R. Martin does this sometimes. If she goes through some kind of having to reassess everything she's ever believed, because Jon suddenly looks hugely like Azor Ahai reborn, Stannis is not doing the things that she thinks he probably ought to be doing, then she may well think back to where she got this information from in the first place. And so we might see some Asshai. I think that is the end of my questions from my patrons about Asshai specifically. We will now's a good time to drop any more in the chat. I will answer some more. I've got a few questions, as I often do, which are sort of related, but not specifically about Asshai. So do keep the questions coming in. Lady Von Strauss, I have a question about death, and Asshai seems as good a place as any to ask it. I've maybe read too much in the mode of Anthony and Gaiman, and I would really appreciate some help sorting these thoughts out. In the story so far, it appears to me that while R'hllor has been prayed to, it is Death, with a capital D, who has answered these prayers. Every sacrifice made with a death is a sacrifice to death, whether intended or not, and to bring a person's soul back from the dead, as with Beric or Lady Stoneheart, would require death's participation. The followers of death seem to acknowledge there is a red god from which deaths can be stolen, but do you think there is a possible indication that R'hllor and death are working together against the Great Other, or, as the god of life, is death always viewed as the Great Other itself by R'hllor? Martin will never reveal such mechanics in his storytelling, so thank you for any insights you can offer. So, yes, he's not going to do this. He's not going to show us the gods. He said this very clearly. We're not going to see the gods or get confirmation of the gods in this story. This isn't a story about the gods. This is a story about humans. I would, in that light, caution against thinking about anthropomorphizing death in a Terry Pratchett way. I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but to sort of think of death as a god in some way. That doesn't seem to be George R. R. Martin's style. So, yes, there are... we've got the many-faced god, which is effectively, I suppose you could say, the god of death. But is that working with R'hllor in some way? That's certainly not what they think. What they think is that their god is called the many-faced god because he has many faces, because he is the stranger in the Faith of the Seven, because he is whatever the goat god, because he is all of these things. And R'hllor, there is an element within that is also death. So they do not believe that is the case. R'hllor certainly do not believe that is the case. So I would suggest that, given the fact George R. R. Martin is not going to subtly say, well, here is this character over here, given that nobody believes that that's what's going on, I would suggest that we don't go down that route. What I would say is that we've got people who are performing magic which is bringing back souls in some way. what all we seem to understand via people like Qyburn is this concept of when you die, something lingers for a while, and then it sort of like slowly fades away. So your body dies, but something of your spirit or soul or whatever hangs on, and seems to be what's going on. It's not that the spirit or soul automatically kind of like disappears and goes to wherever death takes the spirit or soul. They kind of still linger in the world in some way, and we sort of see a hint of that in a number of different ways. We certainly see this in Beric and Lady Stoneheart, in that when they come back, they lose a little bit each time. There's a very clear suggestion. Ned's spirit, we don't see it, but we experience the moment when that goes down into the Winterfell crypts. That has been bound by some deep magic. And when I say we don't see it, but we kind of experience it, Rickon and Bran both have dreams of it. Rickon feels that his father is there. Summer, the direwolf, even Hodor do not wish to go down to the crypts at that specific moment in time. They can all sense something, and that something they can sense is Ned's spirit descending down there. Curse Ballerina. Is Asshai related to Yin? Were they both part of the Great Empire of the Dawn? Is Yin also cursed, or does Sothoryos just suck? So Yin is a sort of another sort of ancient city abandoned in the forest, cursed, and that kind of feel. The Great Empire of the Dawn, we should probably just tie this off, because the Asshai often gets associated with it. There are theories out there, if you wish to go and investigate them, suggesting that Asshai was the capital of the Great Empire of the Dawn. What was the Great Empire of Dawn? Well, this is Yi Ti's history of the Dawn Age. Every country, every nation or people seems to have their own legends and stories of the Dawn Age. Where does humanity come from? In Yi Ti, it's this idea of the Great Empire of the Dawn, where you get this first empire, where you had your first emperor, who ruled for 1,000 years before sort of ascending to the heavens, and then his son takes over and he rules for a few hundred years before ascending to heaven, and so on down, and each emperor rules for a little less time, and their hold on power is a little less strong, almost as if the sort of the touching of divinity is slowly fading out. The idea, it feels very much, if you read back through the chronologies in the Old Testament, when you get the characters in near the beginning of time live for much a longer period than the characters generations and generations later. That's the kind of feel that we've got going on here. The interesting thing about the Great Empire of the Dawn is that we get the legend links this to the Long Night. So we get a woman taking over as an empress, but then her brother challenges this. He is the Bloodstone Emperor. So each of these different emperors has got a different stone attached to their name. And from this sort of blood betrayal comes the Long Night, and we're told that the Great Empire of Dawn, which is what this is, that stretched basically from coast to coast in Essos. It was huge. So some people theorize that as this was huge, it must have had a huge capital city, Asshai. It used to be huge. Lots of people used to live there. This was Asshai when it was nice. Might that be the case? I see no reason why not. It works. If George turned around tomorrow and said that's not the case, Asshai was always a separate city-state, I would go, Okay, that works as well. So I think that it's entirely possible it's connected. Yin, I think, feels like it's a little bit far away. We're told that the Great Empire of the Dawn went from coast to coast, not even further. Sithorius does just suck, is I think the answer there. Chaos Ballerina, if the stone causes the corruption, wouldn't Asshai be the shadow, not by the shadow? Well, yes, potentially if the shadow is a reference to the darkness in Asshai. It is not. It is a reference to the Shadowlands and the Shadow, which is to the northeast of Asshai. So it is Asshai by the Shadow because it is the city near the Shadow. It is the Shadow, and I completely get the. This is one of these kind of things that's a kind of a nuance, but the shadow in the name is not the shadow that is in the city, if that makes sense. They're different things, and probably that implies that there was a time when Asshai didn't have a shadow, because otherwise things would just get a bit confusing then. Let's go to Madeline Tyrell Dane. Hi, Robert. Apologies for the off-topic question, but I'm wondering if what you think of a tinfoil theory which was mentioned in the recent Alt Swift X and Glidus Halloween stream. What if the Black Gate is Bran from the future? Bran thinks it looks like someone who has lived for 1,000 years. We also know that time is different for weirwoods, so perhaps when Bran walks through the gate, it contains his future consciousness, even though he has not yet become it. What if its face is his ancient face? What if the tear it cries when young Bran passes through is ancient Bran's tear? Not sure if you watched early new Doctor Who. I did. But this theory reminds me of the idea that Jack Harkness, spoilers, becomes the face of Bo. Right. So I've not seen that stream. And Swifty and Glidus are cheeky chappies, so I've no idea. Huge respect to them. Take off 2 caps to them. So I've no idea how serious this was, whether they came out with this idea, whether it's somebody suggesting it to them. But is it possible? Well, if you buy into the idea that weirwood trees are a person, and I don't think that the text supports that idea. I think that the text does support the idea that if somebody is channeling through a weirwood, then it can sort of take on a hint of their appearance. This is Theon thinks that the weirwood tree in Winterfell looks like Bran at one point, and we know that Bran is looking through that tree trying to talk to him. So I don't buy into the idea that weirwood trees are people. I think that the other thing is that the timelines are around the wrong way. So with Jack Harkness in the face of Bo, the idea is that young Jack Harkness gets older and older and older and becomes the face of Bo. Here we've got Bran, who is going to get older and older and older, and then what does he then literally go back in time and then become a weirwood tree? There's a kind of like a gap in the logic there. But as I said, I haven't seen it, and I don't know what the evidence is for it. Ranabem Mitra saying, salutations, Robert and Dan the dog. I hope you're well. I wanted to first shout out our very own moderator, Ygritte Weirwood. Yes, shout out to Ygritte, who recently released a very good video on her channel around the roles of Visenya and Rhaenys in what eventually becomes the legacy of Aegon the Conqueror. My personal hot take is that she might have stumbled onto Mattson Tomlin's script for the Aegon's Conquest show. Always happy to shout out. I'm sure somebody, one of the other moderators, will happily put a link there to that. I haven't watched that video, but Ygritte is excellent and definitely knows her stuff. So if you want to go and check that out, please do. And you have my blessing there. Do go and give her a little follow as well while you're at it. Cast Ballerina saying, I need to shout out a smaller Song of Ice and Fire channel, something to taco about. He says you are one of his inspirations. Oh, well, that's really nice. Well, thank you. I'm very happy to shout that out. Could you go check it out? I don't know the channel at all, so I can't personally recommend them. But I'm very happy to shout out small channels and try and boost the signal for them. So go over there and watch a video, like it, and say hello from me. Right, let's go to we got a Lord of the Rings question from Rana Bemitra. This is the last question I've got from my patrons, but I'll go through the chat as I normally do. I will go through the chat afterwards and pick up some more questions from there. In your video for Is Sauron the Necromancer, you picked up a quote from Morgoth's Ring, which is one of those fantastic books that Christopher Tolkien pulled together from his father's writings, which states, for the unbodied wandering in the world are those who at the least have refused the door of life and remain in regret and self-pity. Some are filled with bitterness, grievance, and envy. So for those who may already be lost here, the context here is I was talking about Sauron, who you may remember in The Hobbit, he was kind of like, he took on this identity as the necromancer. And I've been asked a few times actually on live streams here, was he really a necromancer? Or was that just a cool title? So I thought I'd just do a video about that. And the short answer is, yeah, he was really a necromancer, but very much in Tolkien's terms and understanding of it. And his terms and understanding of it is that you get, certainly for elves and humans and Maya as well, you have your body and you have your spirit, and you are whole. So for elves and humans, you're whole when those two are together. If your body dies, then your spirit goes off. Now, for humans, it goes off we know not where. For elves, it goes off to the halls of Mandos. However, those spirits do not necessarily have to do that. Certainly for elves, which is what the context there is that some of them might linger, and these are Tolkien calls the unbodied, and so they're kind of ghosts, really. So he creates this idea that you get spirits who they're trying to hang on to Middle Earth, to living. They shouldn't do, but they do. I find this fascinating, says Ranabir, because the first part seems to suggest to me that at any given moment in time across Arda, one may find a pool or reservoir of unbodied spirits. It just so happens that if you take Professor Sauron's Necromancy 101 class, then you can learn to search for specific unbodied spirits that are vengeful and bitter and transform them into werewolves, Barrow-wights, and more abominations, maybe using the ring magic theory you mentioned in Barrow-wight's video. So yeah, this is then to say this is what Sauron did, was he would take one of those unbodied spirits and then he would bind it to something physical. And this was likely, as it had clung on to life, doing the thing that it shouldn't have done. It's likely to be a very bitter and twisted spirit in some way, and he would be able to bind it and control it to make it do the thing that he wanted. Now, that is how his version of werewolves worked. Incidentally, not our kind of like, you wait for the full moon and then you transform kind of thing. They were wolves which had spirits bound into them by Sauron's power. Okay, so hope you're all still caught up here. We have evidence for what happens to Maiar when their bodies die: Gandalf, Saruman, Sauron, and elves, the Halls of Mandos. But does this line suggest that even the spirits of men and maybe orcs are bound to Arda? The aspect of Merry having a dream of the last prince of Cardolan after staying in his grave is some proof that even the prince's spirit is still lingering. His spirit might be one of those unbodied ones who remains in regret and self-pity. During the Angmar Wars, the Witch King first created the Barrow-wights by summoning spirits from Carn Dûm, which is near Mount Gundabad, where we know lots of battles took place between orcs and dwarves. So could the dwarf spirits also be there? Is this single line in Morgoth's Ring a baby shoot piece of evidence that even the Fëa, the spirits of men, orcs, and dwarves, are bound to Arda as well? So, Tolkien, for those who've not gone down this route with Tolkien, and you have to be proper Tolkien geeky too, he gets quite deep into the kind of the theology about spirits and souls and things like this. He was as we know, he was a very committed Catholic Christian, and so he angsted through all of this. So orcs, for example, he went through a whole series of this conceptions of what orcs actually were, because he was grasping with this idea that he couldn't comprehend this idea that they were irredeemable. He wanted everything, because everything had to ultimately have been created by his one god, Ilúvatar. Orcs could not be irredeemable, even if none of them ever were redeemed. So that's the kind of level of angsting, and you can read in his letters when he's going through all of this, which meant that at one point he said that orcs were corrupted elves, effectively, with dark magic done to them. Another point where they were crossbreeds with humans. Another point where it was like inanimate or animals that a spirit had been bound into in some way. He changed his conception of what orcs were quite a few times. Humans, the whole idea is that humans are, the spirits go somewhere else. They are not bound to this earth. Humans are bound to this Middle Earth. They are bound to Arda, but humans are not, and that's quite a key spiritual point for Tolkien. Dwarves, they're a mystery, and nobody knows what happens with them. But all of that said, human spirits, we've got several examples of how human spirits sometimes can perhaps be bound to Middle-earth, to Arda, for when their bodies die. We get the dead men of Dunharrow as a classic example. Their spirits were still kept there. Their bodies were long gone. Their spirits had survived, which is incidentally, when Aragorn goes through the paths of the dead and he gets the ghostly army coming after him, they were just ghostly armies. They couldn't actually hit anyone and deal damage, but it was the fear factor of the coming that actually won that battle. So human souls can be kind of captured and caught, and yes, you're right, the idea that Merry had a dream of being the last heir of Cardolan is a hint of this as well. Dwarves, I think Tolkien wants them to remain a mystery. Elves, I think he's answered that one here. Humans, sometimes this happens. It's a different thing that's going on there, but also obviously the ring wraiths are their lives have been stretched rather than, and they have become, their physical forms have become invisible rather than their bodies have died. But it's the same kind of idea. Their spirits are being bound to this plane for longer than they should have been. So I hope that answers that one. But I think, yes, there's a good, it's a good line of thinking. Slickwill91, dragons were giant lizard fireflies before Valyria. Yeah, possibly. We don't know. The thing is, we don't know. My feeling is probably not, simply because George R. Martin has gone on record of saying dragons did used to roam over all of Westeros as well as Essos, and this will be before, the implication is before being bound by the Valyrians, which seems to imply that they weren't just giant lizard fireflies, if that makes sense. Cheryl Baxter, do you think Daemon will be, this is Daemon we know from the Dance of the Dragons, I assume you mean, will be the first three-eyed raven. Okay, so I think we need to just unpack. I'm assuming this is coming from the TV show House of the Dragon, where he's there, and if you remember at the end of season 2, he puts his hand on the weirwood tree, he gets all these visions. So firstly, just in terms of nomenclature, the three-eyed raven is what the show went with. The three-eyed crow is what the books went with. That sounds like a subtle nuance, but it's important in as much as when Bran gets up to... So Bran sees this three-eyed crow in his green dreams. And the three-eyed crow, he's always there. I'm trying to find the three-eyed crow. We know, not just through there, but through other people, a classic example being Jojen, is that when you're in the kind of the green dream world, you see an image which is reflective of a person. It doesn't have like a gamer name tag on it. So you don't know who that is, you just know what the image is. So, for example, Jojen saw a direwolf, a winged wolf held down by chains. And he went to Winterfell, urged by his father, to find this. And they clearly, flying is magic. Wolf, direwolves, this is the Starks. So somebody who's great magical potential, but he's being held down by chains in some way. Jojen decides this is Bran because of his magical potential, because he's a Stark, and he was being held down by Maester chains. Maester Luwin was not wanting to encourage him to be going down the magical route. But at no point did Jojen ever get this like little tick. You correctly identified what the winged wolf held down by chains was, who that person was. He just knew that in his vision that's what he saw, and he's decided it's Bran. Bran sees a three-eyed crow, a crow with 3 eyes, and so that is the avatar, if you like, in the Green Dream world, and he is following, and he then starts calling that as the name, the three-eyed crow. I'm going to find the three-eyed crow. We're going to find the three-eyed crow. When he gets to Bloodraven, he says, "Are you the three-eyed crow?" And Bloodraven obviously knows that. Okay, so this must be the avatar, because it seems you do not know. Bran did not know that he was in these green dreams, that he came across as a winged wolf held down by chains. That he didn't self-identify as that. So Bloodraven would similarly not necessarily self-identify as a three-eyed crow, but he kind of like laughs and says, "Yeah, I guess that fits. I'm a crow. I used to be one of the Night's Watchmen. 3 eyes. I've got 1,000 eyes and one. Yeah, my third eye has been opened. The three-eyed crow. Yeah, that works." So the way that the TV show went was to suggest that the three-eyed raven was a job title that you could pass down from one person to another person. And so when Bloodraven died, Bran could take over as the three-eyed raven. In the books, it's not like that. This is just the avatar in the green dream space that Bloodraven had. So Daemon in the books, it's possible there was something there, but it's never sort of spelled out that he had any kind of weirwoody connection. He was very Targaryen-y. and not very weirwoody. So that's a very long-winded way of coming around to say, no, I don't think so, because the three-eyed raven or the three-eyed crow is not a job title, so there wasn't a need for a person there. The children of the forest were. When Bran goes through the cave, he sees lots of children just sort of hooked up to the Weirwood network. They were just in the same way that Bloodraven was. Okay, let's have a quick flick through the chat. The Greek Weirwood saying they never found his body after all. No, they didn't find his body. I mean, I think that's George R. R. Martin having a bit of fun with that. And it was in the God's Eye Lake. Absolutely, I buy into all these bits of symbolism we've got going on there. But I don't think there's any implication that he then lived some kind of a second life as a green seer. That was not anything in his past that seemed to suggest that was there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is what happened, but I don't think George R. R. Martin gave us the clues that would be there. Let's go to Wilma26. Thank you very much. Saying, if Ned never died, how do you think the story would have progressed? Well, if by saying he never died, you mean that Joffrey didn't execute him, then I think that he would have gone in with the Night's Watch train. That was the plan. They were hanging around waiting. Varys had agreed that they would hang around and wait, and then take Ned north, and he would go up to the wall. However, you can go back a long time to a video I did called "Why Was Jack in King's Landing?" or something along those lines, and my working theory there, which I still hold to, is that he was hired to kill Ned Stark. Where was he? He was in the Black Cells, where Ned Stark was, and he was then in that wagon train heading to the wall where Ned Stark was due to be. If Jaqen was there to be killing someone, the obvious person for him to be killing would be Ned Stark. So why Littlefinger? Is the question you're probably asking? Littlefinger could not allow Ned to survive and go north, because Littlefinger was obsessed with Cat and Cat's opinion of him. And if Ned goes north, he would, even if he goes straight to the wall, somebody from House Stark would intercept and talk to him en route and say, well, what happened? And he would say, Littlefinger betrayed me. And because of that, Sansa's a captive. All of the Stark retainers who we loved have been murdered. Don't trust Littlefinger. And Littlefinger could not allow that to happen. He's weirdly focused in on Cat and then Sansa. So, in answer to your question, if Ned never died, then I think he would have died a little bit later. I don't think there's a way around it. I think that would have happened one way or the other. If he hadn't died in that way, would there have been a better chance of suing for peace if he'd had an accident on the King's Road? I doubt that the Starks would buy the idea that Ned would have just happened to have an accident on the King's Road. They would have still assumed that the Lannisters did it. Okay, so Weirwoody is now officially a new adjective. Love it. Okay, I think with that, let's sort of slightly draw this one towards a close. We have a few things though first. If you go to sleep to these videos, check out In Deep Sleep. It's these live streams, but I just keep the audio, and then I have some relaxing sounds, music, images on there, which 8-hour-long video. At some point, I finish talking, and then the relaxing stuff carries on. So no adverts in it, so you can just go to sleep to the video. Do check out In Deep Sleep. And a reminder, yes, if you're on Apple or other podcast places, and you want to access my normal videos over on the main channel, then that's now available for you there. I'm uploading all of the back catalogue. I'm just loading it up there, so it'll take a little while to catch up, so do go and check that out. And if you would like to leave a positive review, that would be incredibly helpful for sort of the reach and things like that. But I think with that, what should we do next week? Another mystery. I did have something in mind. I can't remember. Let me know down in the comments. What other mysteries of the world of Ice and Fire do you think it's worth doing a live stream about? But until then, if you are watching this back a little bit later on this channel, there is going to be appearing somewhere around here a link to a playlist with all of the other live streams I've done. Appearing somewhere around here is a link to my Patreon page, which is still the best way to support this channel if you wish to do so. And if you do, thank you. Thank you, patrons. Thank you, moderators. You are amazing, as you always are, the best in the business. Take care, everyone, and I will see you same time next week.